Okay, the board is going to return into open session. The time is 6:20 p.m. Board, we do have some items that we need to take action on from closed session. Under personnel, we have some personnel recommendations from administration. The first one is a discussion of personnel updates and employment in reference to the position of Assistant Chief of Maintenance and Operations. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to call forward Dr. Gray to share that information with our board and our community.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. I bring forward Dr. James Kimbrough for your consideration for promotion to Assistant Chief of Maintenance and Operation.
Hold on just a moment, Dr. Gray. We did this backwards. My apologies. Okay, board, this is an action item. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the recommendation from administration for the Assistant Chief of Maintenance and Operation.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Jones. Is there a second?
Madam President, I will second.
Have a second by Ms. Nichols. Okay, Ms. Allen, if you all will please vote on your devices. Ms. Allen, when you're ready.
We have one more, Secretary Morris. Thank you, Madam President. The vote to accept the recommendation for Assistant Chief of Maintenance and Operations, Dr. James Kimbrough, motion has carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Kimbrough. Dr. Kimbrough, excuse me.
Good evening, President Hamilton, distinguished Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Pereira. Just honored for this promotion. And again, as I said before, I'm just happy that you entrust me with your children in this leadership opportunity. I just have just a couple words to share. One, I always go back to being 100% dedicated to doing this work for our children. And one core value that holds deeply to me that has helped me have success in education for the past 21 years is treat everyone children the way you would want your children treated. And if you do that, you'll find something else out. You love those kids just as much as their parents love them. And you can never do them wrong, and you will always make decisions of what's in their best interest. Has always carried me through this work. And just trying to always show up. I always see this work as that we report to a dam every day to hold the waters back from our kids in the valley. And if that dam breaks, it will flood out our kids' stream. So I try to just make sure that I'm at that dam and I'm working with every other educator to hold back those flood waters. Just the goals for this position for operations is for us to operate efficiently for our parents and our community and all our stakeholders, and most important, our children. And I always learn this as a high school principal. Where I'm from, we were able to execute contracts and do business. And I always had one rule that I always live by. If you don't love our kids as much as we love them, I'm sorry, we cannot do any business with you. And that is how we will operate. Thank you, Board, for this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Pereira.
Thank you again, Dr. Kimbrough, and congratulations. Okay, we'll move on to our next personnel item, where this is for the Assistant Chief Human Resources recommendation of Dameon Gray. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the administration's recommendation of Assistant Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Dameon Gray.
Woo! We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a second by Ms. Cortez. If you'll vote from your devices, please.
Madam President, in regards to the acceptance of recommendation for Assistant Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Dameon Gray, motion carried unanimously.
Right. Congratulations, Dr. Gray.
I just, first, Board President, Superintendent, Board of Trustees, first I'd like to thank God for giving me the opportunity, and I want to thank you for, the Superintendent for entrusting me to do the position. I'd just like to say we work extremely hard. There's no I in team, and I believe in a team. And I just want to thank my excellent team, and some of them may be here today. Ms. Pivkins, Ms. McGee in the back, thank you each and every day for the hard work you do. So, and I appreciate you. And like Dr. Kimbrough, we come in, we give 100%. Woo!
Hey, Dr. Gray, I'll just let you know that there's an I in win.
Okay, all right.
Hey, again, congratulations, Dr. Gray. Okay, I believe we have a few items that we're going to reconvene into closed session to continue later, but now we'll go ahead and move on to back into open session. Time is 6:27 p.m. and we'll go to our opening ceremonies. First, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, U.S. flag, and Texas flag. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Simpson, but as far as the pledge, since in honor of the 250th birthday of the United States Army, I'm going to have a veteran come up and lead us through that pledge.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. You may be seated.
Thank you, Dr. Gray, again. Now we'll move on to recognitions and commendations. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, Ms. Simpson, it's your show.
Thank you, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Pereira. And now for our board acknowledgements and recognitions. First and foremost, we want to make an announcement that Texas Instruments Foundation, in partnership with Educate Texas, has awarded Lancaster ISD $2 million. It is the TI Foundation STEM Implementation Grant that will allow the district to further our mission of delivering high-quality, equitable STEM education across all campuses and grade levels. The key areas of the grant include college-focused academics, industry-formed programming, college and career readiness, and student support. Obviously, you will hear more about this wonderful grant. We will be releasing information once we receive that information from the TI Foundation, but please know that this is on the horizon, and another awesome initiative from the TI Foundation, because they have been supporting us since 2012. So congratulations to Lancaster ISD for receiving that. And earlier this year, Dave Campbell's Texas Football Robotics Club Spotlight Award recognized Lancaster High School's robotics for their creativity and advancement in STEM activities. The club also received a commemorative $500 reward on behalf of Aurora. And congratulations to Lancaster High School senior Cole Scott for being accepted as a statesman in the prestigious 2025 Texas Boys State Program, which is among the most respected and selective educational programs of government instruction for high school students. This past weekend, Cole finished the 2025 Texas Boys State Camp as an elected House member of his Congress, and he will also have an opportunity to have his legislative bill passed during their legislative session. We are very proud of Cole. He is a boys basketball player, an awesome student, and obviously he is representing the best of Lancaster High School and our community during the Texas Boys State Camp. So board, at this time, let's show him some love, and he is the very first individual to have this representation from Lancaster High School in school history. So. And board, at this time, if you could join me on the floor for the rest of our recognitions. And this evening, board, we have congratulations to share with Dr. Pereira for being honored as a leader in learning by the Southwest Dallas chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. During their 2025 Brunch on the Greens event, Dr. Pereira, along with the superintendents from the Best Southwest, were honored for their hard work in education, specifically in the Best Southwest area. So congratulations, Dr. Pereira, on this award. We have it right here. Dr. Pereira, jump in the middle. You know we got to take a picture. L's up. Congratulations, Dr. Pereira.
I'd like to thank my team.
And board, we are excited to announce that Lancaster ISD's Communications Department has made history again. For the second year in a row, the department has been honored with the National School Public Relations Association Publications and Digital Media Excellence Award for 4 in-house video productions. The videos that were honored were On the Street in the Classroom, highlighting the lead program for the Lancaster ISD Police Department, All In, All the Way, the basketball documentary that featured our basketball team state championship run, STEM Fest at Perot Museum, which was the event recap of the STEM event held at the Perot Museum, and our district grandparents' day event recap. A huge congratulations goes to Mr. Andrew Tanillian, our visual media coordinator, for his nationally recognized work. Now, he is so shy. I know he does not want to get up here. He asked me not to, but you know, get up there and take. So I'm very proud to have Andrew on my team. He is one in a million. He gets the work done, and obviously he has uplifted us to national recognition. So thank you. Thank you, Andrew. And at this time, we want to thank Trustee Ty G. Jones for his leadership and service as board president from 2024 to 2025. We thank you for your leadership and your service to the board, staff, and students of Lancaster ISD. And we also want to say congratulations on being named Mr. Juneteenth for the city of Lancaster. So we know how much you love to bang the gavel. So, but don't do that one too hard because it's ceremonial, you know. But jump in the middle so we can take a photo. That's Mr. Juneteenth? Yes. All right, board, you can return to your seat. Thank you, Trustee Jones. And earlier this month, board, Lancaster ISD hosted its 3rd annual Leadership Summit. The Boots and Brilliance Leadership Summit, organized by Lancaster ISD's Instructional Services team, provided educators with the opportunity to elevate their individual leadership styles while focusing on how effective and strategic leadership enhances their departmental and campus goals. The fun and energy of the Leadership Summit didn't stop in the sessions. It carried over into the inaugural cook-off competition on the final day. The individuals were able to have great food, and a few people were able to leave with bragging rights. I do have to announce that the Leadership Summit Cook-Off winners were Best Chicken, Addison Russ. Best Brisket, Douglas Grace from Student Services. And Best Ribs, Mr. Travis Anderson. And just because it's the summer doesn't mean learning stops. Students attending the Summer STEM Camp, Bridge Up Summer Camp. They have been engaging in an immersive learning experience crafted to keep learners inspired and challenged throughout the summer months. To kick off the program, students were tasked with designing their own shoes, which intentionally combines creativity with problem solving and critical thinking skills. Growth and exploration does not come to a halt after the last day of school, and I think they were inspired by the kicks that Dr. Pereira wears daily, because she is always on their campus, so they were eager to show her their shoes that they have designed, so very cute. And Lancaster ISD Athletics Department is making major moves to ensure students are staying active and engaged through multiple youth camps throughout the summer. So far, students in grades 3 through 6 have had the opportunity to attend basketball, baseball, softball, volleyball, and football camp to help develop skills and build confidence. You can visit our website for the update on the remaining sports camps that will go on throughout the summer months. We have soccer and golf on the horizon, as well as wrestling. And some upcoming events and general information. As a reminder, in recognition of Juneteenth, Freedom Day, Lancaster ISD district offices and campuses will be closed on Thursday, June 19th. We will reopen on Monday, June 23rd. And Lancaster ISD will be closed for summer break from July 7th through July 11th. We invite everyone to relax, rest, and recharge. And we will reopen the district on Monday, July 14th. And coming up, 2 of Lancaster ISD campuses will have new principals for the upcoming school year. And this summer, we are giving parents the opportunity to meet their new principals ahead of the school year. Beltline Elementary's Meet the Principal Night will be held on Tuesday, July 15th, and Lancaster Middle School's night will be held on Thursday, July 17th. I got that mixed up. Beltline will be Tuesday, July 15th, and middle school will be Thursday, July 17th. All righty, board. So that concludes our board acknowledgements. I hope you all have a great week and a great Juneteenth. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, next we'll move on to citizens' communications. Dr. Pereira, did we receive any?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll move on to the conservators report, which is the TEA conservator report concerning roles and responsibilities of trustees, Texas Gov't Code 551.074. This will be Dr. Carol Francois, the TEA conservator. Dr. Francois.
Thank you, Board President Hamilton, trustees, Superintendent Pereira. The report, I think I mentioned to Board President Hamilton that the board will not have a report tonight. TEA always reviews my reports, then sends them to the superintendent and the board president to review. That report just was sent today. And so I prefer not to go over it until you all have had a chance to see it, and it asks me any questions that you might have before the rest of the trustees are given a copy of it. So when that is done, then we'll take a look at the report.
All right, thank you. Hopefully we'll get to that in July. Okay, we're going to move on to the superintendent's report. First one will be finance, April 2025 financial report. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to call for Ms. Dana Mosley to share that information with our board and our community. Ms. Mosley, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Board President Hamilton, board members, and Dr. Pereira. This evening, I'm presenting the April 2025 financial reports. A full version is in diligent for your review. The first slide represents the property tax collected for April 2025, and the net payment to the entity was $268,278.47. The next slide represents basically an income statement, with the top being the revenues received for April, and then the bottom are the expenditures by function that we've spent year to date as of April 2025. The next slide represents the top 10 revenue drivers in the district, with the top 2 being taxes And the second driver is the formula foundation payments that we get from TEA. The next slide represents the top 10 expenditure drivers, the top being instruction, and the second highest is plant and maintenance and operations. The next slide is our food service income statement with the revenues from the claims for the meals served, and the bottom represents all the expenditures that we spend for child nutrition. The top driver of the expenditures is the payment to the third-party vendor. The next slide is debt service. This is where we make our payments for our bond payments and also where we receive our INS tax collections. The revenues go into this account. As you see the notes at the bottom, LISD has prepaid $27.395 million of its existing bonds since 2021, including $13.65 million that we prepaid February 2025, which has saved the taxpayers $22,294,050. Through the refunding of the bond program, we have saved LISD a direct savings of $5,521,454. The next slide is the investment portfolio reconciliation. The district has two pools, Lone Star and Tex pools, where we put our revenues, our tax revenue, our revenue from TEA, all revenues go into this account so we can get interest on the funds that we collect in the district. We have the general fund account, debt service, capital projects, and child nutrition in these pools. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Board, any questions for Ms. Mosley? Okay, thank you. Okay, next we're going to have teaching and learning. First one is commit year-end review. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I call forward Dr. Barker to share that information with our board and our community.
Yes, good evening, Madam Board President, distinguished board members, our awesome superintendent, Dr. Pereira. Amber Shields, Ms. Shields could not be here tonight, so I am going to try to be as thorough and as graceful as she is when she presents data with on our data from commit. One thing I do want to say is we wanted commit sits down at the end of every year and they review data, they review their work that they've done with us, but they also set a precedent for the year to come. So we wanted you all to be privy to a lot of the information that they shared with us. They came to us. I presented some commit information a couple months ago, and then they came to us, and there was a question asked about how do we fare against other districts in the best Southwest, or how do we fare against other districts in the DFW area? And so you'll get a little bit of that information tonight. So you see the vision, mission of commit. Their main mission of engaging with us is to increase the rate of living wage attainment to at least 50% of all Dallas County youth ages 25 through 34 by 2040, and that's regardless of race. So want to make sure that we raise our students to what the level of the state says that college and career readiness is, but of course our commitment is to raise them above that. So their organizational goals, they look to impact about 7,700 students, and statewide about 50,000 students. Amber and Seal, Ms. Robinson, and Chelsea, those are the people who we meet with and work with on a regular basis. Maybe not necessarily me or Dr. Pereira, but definitely people from our team, and you'll see a little bit of that in the review of the work. I will not go through all of these because I know that these slides were shared with you previously, but there are a couple of places that we want to make highlight of. One of the places that Commit works with us on is Algebra 1. We want to make sure that we are helping as many students as we can to access Algebra 1 prior to 9th grade. So we have initiatives built around that all the way down to pre-K. So let's start with the early learning pieces. In the best Southwest, do notice that Lancaster actively participates in our community of practice, where we look at some of the aligned strategies at specific schools that are part of instruction partners, and that's Rolling Hills, Houston, Pleasant Run Elementary, and that's a lot of the work that Ms. Shields came to talk to you all about earlier in the school year. They really have been looking at what we do with our pre-K and our pre-K 3 literacy directors. If you notice, if you go down to the enrollment, Lancaster has enrolled 15% of the available seats for our upcoming school year. 15% doesn't seem like a lot, but at this time last year, that's more than double of what we had. And also, if looking at enrollment at that age in the Best Southwest, we're actually leading in what the enrollment is, which amazes me that 15% seems fairly low, but we're leading in that area. Again, looking at the enrollment, these are some of the trends that we see in the enrollment. Notice the drop that happened at COVID, but we're steadily coming back. So this is a little bit off in the conversion from PDF to Google, but the Lancaster ISD line is the darker line. Dallas County is the lighter blue line. I will say personally, the enrollment of 3- and 4-year-olds always worries me. When it was very, very high at around the 82%, we were one of the few districts that enrolled 3-year-old students, and so we were getting everyone in the Best Southwest. Now it is a common practice across the Best Southwest and DFW area, but to see that we've pretty much stayed steady if we go back to 2014. We did lose some prior to the pandemic, but we are bouncing back. People are really noticing some of the information that you see here about meeting kindergarten readiness. You look at for Lancaster overall, and we are the dark blue. Again, this was off a bit. Overall, if we look at the number of students meeting kindergarten readiness standards, Lancaster, overall 62% of our students meet that. 61 of economically disadvantaged, 63% of those students are black, or 63% of our black students and 62 of our Latino students all meet that kindergarten readiness benchmark, in comparison to Dallas County, where you see the gray at 49, 49, 52. So I'm not really sure why it's not available in the gray on the other side, but as we look at the readiness benchmarks, our students are meeting those benchmarks at a higher rate. We also see that information in our NWEA map, second grade, BOY to MOY. If we look at our growth, when we compare Lancaster ISD to Dallas County, we have fewer number of students in the red. The red is where we don't want them to be, or we want to move them out of that. We have fewer students than what we see across the Dallas County districts altogether. That's not only the Best Southwest, that's all Dallas County districts. And I will make available to Dr. Pereira so she can make available to you all, since some of these slides are distorted. It's actually kind of bothering me that they're distorted in the conversion. Third grade STAAR, same thing as you see here in third grade STAAR, we're talking about meets data. So when Ms. Bell comes to talk to you about what we're seeing in our meets data, not approaching meets, but where we are with our meets data, you notice where Dallas County is. Lancaster is slowly bouncing back there to meets data in third grade, but we'll show some other places where we kind of have unlocked the safe on what growth looks like and getting our students to meets data. So academic readiness, I did talk about the math piece and the TSI 2 math working group. They have shown us some places that we really need to focus on, which is you all met in Fentus. They're working with us right now. We've seen some gains around TSI 2, but those are the types of things that Commit helps us to do. They help us to recognize here is where you can see great results for your students, help us to understand what we need to talk to partners about in order to get the best that we can for our students. And so that's just one example. This is really bothering me that they're distorted in this way. I do want to point out that because math has been one of our foci since we've been here, and it has always been a place in the district that we've touted our math results, we really had a laser focus on wanting to figure out what it is that other people do. So out of any of the district coaches or district leaders across the best Southwest, Lancaster has had the highest participation in trying to figure out what it is and work with our thought partners about that. So I wanted to, even though this is a participation slide, I wanted to make sure that we point that out in the walkthrough slides, because our staff is working really, really hard to make sure that we hone in on the best practices to bring to our classrooms. So this is a quote from, and she pulled out Brianna Broussard, but she's one of our instructional staff members. Okay, it was bothering you too, wasn't it? Okay, thank you. So again, meets data, we'll talk a little bit about this. I'm not gonna go through this slide. Ms. Bell is gonna talk a bit about that. But I wanted to point this one out. In the coming year, Lancaster ISD is prioritizing middle school math through Commit Strategic Leadership Investment Grant, which will prioritize instructional systems alignment. So what we have done, Commit sent out an email to all of the districts across the DFW area, asking about, how they can make some strategic investments, be able to give us funds for at least one position. In our district, we chose grades 6 through 8, looking at math, but looking at organizational systems altogether. Part of what led us to that, and I pulled this slide out, is some of the promising gains that we saw from being intentional at GWC, and try to mirror that across 7 and 8 altogether. So one of the last that I will point out is what we've done, or where we see that there's opportunity, and that's in TSI. TSI is the measure of college readiness. We've met TSI with quite a few strategies. We use Texas College Bridge to make sure we send all of our students where they don't have to take remedial courses, but we've also had a focus on making sure that they could take the TSI assessment and be ready for college courses as well. And so we've had a focus on that. If you look at the TSI met in both reading and math, thank you, of math and RLA, if you look at 22 and 23, you'll kind of see some places that they've talked about there. And Ms. Bell shared with me that this is now the first time that we've had at least 200 students already who are TSI met. And so we are way ahead of where this data indicates. But again, because of our commitment of working with Commit, our commitment of working with Commit, we're able to kind of look at our data differently and put some systems in place to support our students. So spoke about the math working group again, and this was one of the things that I did want to point out, and this one looks a little bit different as well. But I wanted to point out through the ACE model partnership, Lancaster has seen promising academic growth where we strengthen instructional practices in math. And I would even say we strengthen instructional practices in math and reading. And so if you look over by T-test projection, we were projected to be at about 3.4%, but where we actually were is at 3.8. We were able to see that our teachers grew, but then also we had actual growth in our students. We were projected to be one way at around 67% in approaches, and you see we're about at 70. I don't know why that plus 13% is there. It looked very differently before. It's a very much distorted. But we were ahead of where we were projected to grow and what actually came back. So some of the recommendations in the ACE model, we saw strong staff retention, the same team for 2 years, and projected to retain about 90% of the staff compared to 48% the year before. We're still on the same road. Instructional excellence, we implemented the high quality instructional materials with fidelity using STEM scopes, HMH, and other the capacity builders using the STEM grant. There was a positive school culture at GWC, and the expanded learning time really helped there. These are lessons that we learned from the ACE model. We will be looking at implementing some of these lessons learned at our campuses that may not have achieved an 80 rating. And so with Commit's help, we have been very fortunate to be able to document some of the things that we learned and then also replicate. They did throw in here about a bond support, because this is something that they do at some point if we're looking to go out for a bond. They help to create spaces for programming that excites students. This is what bonds represent. Build and renovate campuses, and then align the CTE programming, and then also repair things in our infrastructure. They've helped across the DFW area with passing the bond, or they've helped us to help some districts to kind of see what some strategies were to pass the bond. They themselves did not help us pass the VADR, but they did put this in here just to kind of show across the DFW area what has happened. Some of the Richardson, DeSoto, if it's there, Mesquite, some of the ones, the more recent bonds, they helped with things in the community, gathering information, and helped put together whatever the bond package was. And so thank you. I know I fumbled through a lot of this information. I'll make sure that Dr. Pereira has better slides so that you could better understand the data. But I also want to publicly thank Commit and their leadership for their continued support of our students in this district. And I will try to answer as many questions as I can.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Dr. Barker. We'll move on to the next item, which is 2024 preliminary STAAR and EOC update. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to retain Dr. Barker here at the podium and have Ms. Bell join her, share that information with our board and our community. I think you'll like what you'll hear today.
So good evening again, Madam Board President, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Pereira. We have some preliminary STAAR EOC data that we want to give to you. We're going to give it in a way that's a little bit different. A lot of times when you see STAAR data, you see, oh, here's passing. Passing represents approaches. We came at the beginning of the year, and what's in our district improvement plan, that we would talk to you about meets data. And in our meets data, we want that. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't pay attention to the approaches data, but we want to make sure that all of our students are at the meets level. Before I hand over to Ms. Bell, I will say two things before I hand over to Ms. Bell. One, we pay attention to our cohorts here. So a lot of times when you get STAAR data, you'll see, hey, here's fourth grade data, and they measure fourth grade from year to year. But there's a huge difference in that data. Those are different students. So we try to look at, so what you'll see is cohort data that we'll show tonight. So if they were in fourth grade last year, we are measuring their growth now that they're in fifth grade. So we want you to be able to see that. The second thing that I was going to say that goes with that is, for us, for my team, growth is our goal. So we want to make sure that every single student grows at least 1 year. That's in our DIP. That's a part of Board Goal 1, and growth is our goal. So tonight, what we are going to present to you, some of the data we've been able to clean. Notice it's some Trustee Jones, that we have been able to clean through. We'll come to you once we have more of a solid picture, but this is very much exciting information that I'll hand over to Ms. Bell. I said Ms. Board.
Ms. Board. Thank you, Dr. Barker. And also at this time, I just wanted to mention that, again, this is preliminary data. Trustee Jones, I know that you had a request and was looking for more information potentially, but I do want to just notify the board that more of the solid data will be in mid-July, so we will be coming back to you at that time later on in July to update you further. So tonight I would like to just underscore and highlight for you the areas in particular in green. The green is showing growth, and as Dr. Barker stated earlier, we're looking at cohort data with grades 3rd through 8. In the areas of Algebra 1, 8th grade science, biology, 8th grade social studies, U.S. history, there we are looking at year-over-year data. So we're looking at where the kids were the previous year compared to where they are now. So that data is looking at year over year. But again, in 3rd through 8 in math and reading, we are looking at cohort data, which is always interesting to me because, again, like mentioned earlier, we're looking at how those cohorts are growing. So if you'll follow me all over to the far left with our math cohort data, you can see that in 5th grade, we had a lot of growth there. But with MEET's performance, we grew by 4 points in math. And then if you'll look with me right below that in that chart for Algebra 1, we grew by 15 points in MEET's performance with Algebra 1. And from a data perspective, that is a hand clap. I also want to mention to you that Commit actually did a big write-up about it, and I was touting about our 15 percentage points growth there. By the way, the state grew by 2 percentage points, and again, we grew by 15 percentage points, so that's huge and very commendable. Looking at 8th grade science, we grew by 4 percentage points in MEET. 8th grade social studies, we grew there as well by 6 points. In history, we grew by 9 percentage points in U.S. history at the MEET level. And then looking over to your far right in reading, again, lots of areas of growth there. With 4th grade, we grew by 3 points in MEET. 5th grade, we grew by 7 points in MEET level performance. And I want to point out, if you look at 5th grade math and 5th grade reading, across the board in both of those areas, we grew all the way. So that's really great too. 8th grade, we grew by 2 points in MEET, and then English 1, we grew by 2 points. English 2, we grew by 5 points. And we made a double-digit jump with biology. We grew by 11 points in MEET level performance with biology. I think that's pretty commendable as well. But again, we'll be coming back sometimes in late July to update you further. And I'll take any questions at this time.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jones?
If you could go back to that slide.
Okay.
So definitely want to applaud the teachers for doing the work and getting us to the point where we are. And I also want to applaud the campus administration as well, because those are the ones who are guiding that work. Looking at the math numbers, we have some negatives on the cohort in grade 4, 6, 7. Again, I've been out of the classroom a minute, and I know typically in grade 6 we had a lot of new TEKs that were assessed, actually introduced, taught, assessed, and something else. It's been a while. Which grade levels are these some of the ones that are impacted by these lower cohort percentages?
So when we're speaking to 6th grade, that's actually that data. It may look in a negative, but GWC is looking fairly decent, and so again, more data is going to be coming. But they fell back 14 points from where they were last year in the MEET level performance.
Okay. And I guess my question will be more so, Dr. Barker, when we're looking at introducing certain TEKs, which grade level, we're looking at math, has more of those that are being introduced and also being assessed within a given year?
Sixth grade, it has
Sixth grade,
60%.
still six, okay.
40%
Okay,
meet,
so it's still six.
introduced. I knew
All right.
it was a high number. I thought it was 60.
So this is some of the data that we worked with commit on, and we looked at the approaches and meets in both 6th and 7th grade, because 7th grade should not drop as much as it did. So we made some organizational changes and how we're looking at teaming the students, where and what interventions will look like. As I mentioned, the strategic investment from commit was in grades 6 through 8 and around math. So those are places that I'm going to be really honest, that the drop that we saw at 7th grade, it was very much alarming, because it was not anticipated to be like that, the difference like that.
Okay.
So where we're seeing some the drops in approaches and meets from that cohort in 3rd grade going to 4th grade. We talked about who's teaching, what are some of the what are we using to teach. We did talk about STEM scopes, but we have been very intentional and strategic around how we roll out Bluebonnet and the need for Bluebonnet. How sophisticated STEM scopes may have been, or too sophisticated with some of the supports that we were given, the actual instructors in the classroom. So we've gone down the road to make sure that we plan not to see this again. As a math teacher myself, I look at the algebra and I get excited, but I know what's coming behind it from what we see here. So we had to do a hard stop really quickly and do some things differently.
Okay, thank you. That was my next question, was about staffing. How many first-year teachers do we have instructing these gray areas? You don't have to answer that question for me. Just something for us to kind of think about, because that may be one of the areas as well to look at additional professional development, as you just mentioned.
One thing that we have seen is that the actual depth of knowledge, the foundational pieces, that we had to go a little bit deeper with the adults to make sure that they could unlock some things with the students. So the onus on it, we won't say is the teacher or whatever. We're trying to really look at the system and make it better, so that regardless of who steps into it, that our students won't experience drops like this.
Okay, thank you. My next question is on the reading, grade 7. Were these drops due to the writing? I know some changes there. Was okay.
So writing is immersed in all of the tests. So if you see just across 7th grade altogether, that's just a cohort that we know we really need to pay attention to. I've already tried to address, like I said, some organizational structures, how they're teamed, like how much time on task, like we're looking at the classroom framework, whole bunch of things instructionally, because it wasn't just in reading, it's in reading and math for that one cohort all the way across. They experience drops altogether. But I do have to say one thing. When I see things like that all the way across in one particular grade, I go back to the adults. I also think about the testing environment. Like what was happening? Did they just think that we're playing dot to dot today? That in every area there's a drop? When if you look at 8th grade, you see a stark contrast that they had growth in every area. So like I said, asking questions all around, but for me, I have to say, we have to really look at what happened in that testing environment, because it's not the whole school, but it's definitely one grade and what happened. So we have lots of questions. If you forward your questions, we'll add them to ours as we try to make some adjustments.
All right, thank you. That concludes my question.
Right. Hey, Mr. Lewis.
Dr. Barker or Ms. Bell, maybe you can answer this question for me.
Okay.
Are you guys aware of any changes surrounding 6th grade math that may have been from this past legislation?
No, meaning with the metric system, no.
No, or the teams, there haven't been any, and when they do a call out for the public to come and give
Their feedback.
input, so we can You see some things about how the grouping happens. We've even pushed skip counting down to some of our lower grades and some of the challenges to get them ready for what's happening in sixth grade. I explained to somebody earlier this week that sometimes in sixth grade you can take kids who have no experience what happens through first through fifth, but it's going to be a culture shock when they get to those new teats. They are new altogether and taught in a different way.
Thank you.
Madam President. Madam President.
Okay, Dr. Pereira.
Yeah, I just wanted to add context to, if you recall back about 3 years ago, that cohort who's in 7th grade and where they were in 3rd grade a few years back. So just keep that in mind as well. I think it's going to be one of our big, in the Python type of thing, that we're going to see this struggle throughout. It's not that we're not putting things in place to try and help, but we continue to have to rebuild, because obviously they go to a different grade level and different ways of teaching and learning. So just wanted to make that a point of emphasis.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Pereira. Any more questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next item, 9.4, attendance report. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to call forward Dr. Jackson to present that information to our board and our community. He also will be presenting the discipline information as well. Dr. Jackson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam Chair, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Dr. Pereira. Today I'm going to present to you the attendance and discipline report from the 24-25 school year. We're going to start off with our district attendance trends and our opportunities with the comparison from the 24-25 school year. This is our quick overview. We're going to do a deep dive into everything as it relates to attendance. We're going to start off by actually highlighting all the green, which means we had growth. And of course, the yellow indicates that it was pretty much stabilized. We had a small percentage decline in those, but as you will see in all of these, the first time since we've been here where everybody's in 90%. So y'all give everyone a round of applause for that. And of course, the red had a huge dip, 8 percentage point dip. But I do want to note that at J.D. Hall, transportation is not provided at DAEP. So I'll be working with Mr. Hernandez, as well as picking the brain of Dr. Matthews to find out what were some of the strategies she utilized in the past, because J.D. Hall has always been pretty high as it relates to attendance. And as you can see, as a district level, we've actually met our goal of 92%. And we're in the green, and we grew pretty well there as well. This is a district-wide breakdown and the growth. The next slide, I want to highlight our most improved campuses. Starting off at the middle school, the high school was second, followed by Pleasant Run Elementary School and Barack and Michelle Obama Academy in 4th place. I actually went back and did a little research because I actually thought this was very, very intriguing. And I went back as far as 05, and I couldn't find any time where our secondary schools were actually leading in the percentage of attendance from year to year, because of course skipping and things that counts against your attendance. And I want to commend our second level principals at this time for the plans that they actually put in place. Good job. And of course, these are our high flyers here. Rosa Parks did it again. They do not want to surrender that annual trophy, but we're going to pick their brains and try to replicate many of the strategies that they have going on there for attendance issues. These are a couple of our campuses with declines. GWC and Rolling Hills were stable because the declines were so low. Some of the strategies that we're going to, and opportunities we're going to do to ensure that this trend continues moving forward. What's the cause of the drop? Many of our principals from the Leadership Summit, they have already had this in their plan of action for the 25-26 school year. We're going to implement our early warning systems. I actually was just speaking with Ms. Thornton. Next year, we're going to implement 6-week report cards for every school, where you're going to have grades for attendance, discipline issues, and things of that nature. So I'm excited about that. And we're going to continue to have our attendance audits in our MTSS and Student Services Department. continue to monitor trends. We're going to celebrate the great things that are actually happening. And of course, attendance is always in line with the academic performance. And you just saw some of the growth with Ms. Bell. Any questions as it relates to attendance before I move forward with the discipline data?
Any questions, comments from the board?
Madam President, I have a couple.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you. I know this is student attendance, correct?
Yes.
And I can flash back to when I worked for the district. We did something for the teacher attendance, which we partnered with one of the dealerships to give them a drawing for a car. So we may want to look at doing that because the teachers have to be here. And that'll possibly encourage the students to get here. But I forgot what year it was, maybe 2007, 2008, 9, so we're running there. That could be some kind of thing we can do.
We'll definitely notate that. I know the schools have a variety of things that they do on campus for their kids, but we may need to do something at district level. That sounds great.
Yeah, and I think last year we did bikes with, the kids came here and got bikes. We didn't do that this year. But I'm quite sure they got them, right? Or did we do something
we
different?
gave bikes away during the mid-year.
Okay.
So we need some donations for bikes.
All right.
We'll work on that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And we're going to go into our discipline data and the strategies we're going to use to improve the discipline within our district. Some of the trends. We had a 45% increase in the number of suspensions from out of school this year, and I'm going to explain that in a minute. We also had an increase in ISS data, and we also had an increase in total discipline actions within the district. And I'm going fast because slide is actually missing. There's an actual slide that actually shows everybody and their particular numbers in a color-coded fashion, and I'll make sure that gets added to this one as well. But as you can see in this one here, it actually shows the percentages and where we were in 24 and where we are now in 25. This slide is not on here, but this is a breakdown of each campus. And I want to start here by explaining to you what's going on. As you can see, the high school, the middle school, and BAMO are actually leading in regards to infractions. But most of these, a high percentage of these, almost about 45% of these, not 50% of these, are vaping. We have an epidemic on our hand. Let me put this in context for you. At the high school, this year we have vape monitoring systems at the high school and the middle school. At the high school, this is how bad this epidemic is, not only in Lancaster, in the state of Texas, but in our country. We had 24,276 hits on our vape detectors. At the middle school, we had 1,274 hits on our vape detectors. The way the vape detectors work is we get the hit, it goes to Ms. Jett and her team, they go straight to the area, straight to the bathroom. Now, I want to commend the board because we actually got ahead of this a couple years ago. Do you remember when this was becoming a state law to send the kids to DAEP for 45 days? But the board came together, and we had a committee came together, and we said, hold on, let's get ahead of this epidemic. We're not going to send them away for 45 days. We're going to put systems in place. Yes, there's going to be a consequence. That's 3 days of suspension. But you have mandated tutorials and footage you have to watch before you can be re-enrolled. And I want to commend Ms. Jett, Mr. Anderson at the middle school, and Mr. Russ for actually having empathy for multiple repeaters. We immediately get a call, Dr. Jackson, we don't need to suspend them. They're addicted. We need help. And we teamed with MetroCare and Dallas Behavior to send not only that child, but this is happening with the families as well, because we even seen this as early as 2nd grade with a child bringing a vape. Where did he get it from? Home? Or the mom is using it, the uncle is using it, the brother is using it, and they pick it up off the coffee table and bring it to us. This is a high area that we're actually looking for this year, and we got a plan in place to address this, and you won't see these numbers next year, but I just had to put that in context in regards to the challenges that we're facing as a country, as a state, and actually here in the school district, we're dealing with this major epidemic, which is causing our kids tremendous harm. And what we've actually done from a district level was, before this data even came out, before the year was over, we were noticing this. And Dr. Barker, myself, and the student services team, we've already put committees in place. We've sent in extra help to the high school, to the middle school, and BAMO. The plan is already in place to ensure that our discipline data continues to drop and not be in this place next year. I'm sorry? Oh, the extra slide is up there? Okay. I'll see it. It's okay. Got a refresh? There it is. There you go. And of course, those are some of the numbers across the board. But as you can see, we still have some great things that are actually going on. The green and the yellow numbers the red. And these are some of the things we're actually going to do at the school. But let's go over DAP, because this is something I want to highlight as well. Mr. Hernandez, thank you for doing a deep dive into this data. And as you can see, there's an increase in enrollment for DAEP. But as Mr. Hernandez actually noticed, Dr. Jackson, 50% of this is actually coming from when students are expelled at the charter school and they come to us, we must honor that expulsion. And the way we actually do it is send the kids to DAEP for 30 days. And of course, that's affecting our numbers. So that number should be about 45. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Hernandez. So now at the enrollment center, I'm going to have to be cognizant of that. I'm going to have to really look at the infraction that those kids are having coming from the charter school, because they're expelling for a variety of reasons. They don't have to do what we have to do in public school setting by putting systems in place. One student was kicked out of school for a piece of candy peppermint that he took off the teacher's desk, put out. I have to look at things like that and wonder, does those things warrant going to DAEP for 30 days to take a look at that to prevent these numbers from being so high? Because that counts against us when it's reported to the state, not the charter school.
Jackson, how about
Yes.
the third grader that we had come to lunch? Took items from somebody else's lunchbox.
Yes, that's theft. That's theft and robbery is actually what they call it, and actually took a brownie or something from another student. He was hungry, and mom explained that to me. Dr. Jackson, we're on fixed income. The child was hungry and he took an extra brownie for somebody, and they called it robbery. So those are some of the things that actually come our way, and that you see with these numbers right here. That's what they write. That's what they write. But that's where I come in at, because in order to come back into the school district, I have to prove you. So I have to do a better job in regards to finding out and investigating actually what happened over there. And that may be time consuming, but it's actually worth it, because we're sending kids to DAEP, and those are not our infractions. But it makes our numbers look bad when it's reported to the state. So you won't see that next year. That's my growth area of refinement for myself. And of course, we want to implement more restorative practices. For all of these strategies, we have professional learning in place for teachers and parents and staff going into the 26 school year. And we're doing a shift from punitive to proactive. I gave you an example of Ms. Jett and what I've been seeing at the high school and at the middle school and BAMO. And we're going to continue to work with our social-emotional programs and our mental health. Strong partnership. Now we're actually shifting Metro Care to the high school. They were just at the middle school. Now they're shifting their therapists to the middle school. From the middle school to the high school. No, they're going to remain at the middle school, but they're going to be shifted to the high school as well, and they'll be serving BAMO as well. And that's it for my discipline data. Any questions at this time? Yes.
Okay, sounds like you have a few, Dr. Jackson, so
Yes.
I'm going to start with Ms. Cluis.
Okay.
Dr. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
How's it going today?
Great, great.
Couple of questions or so for you. So I got an opportunity this past weekend to visit San Antonio, SLI. There were a couple of bills that made me stop and pay attention, and it kind of ties into your presentation. House Bill 6, are you aware of it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
House Bill 1481. If you don't know, I'd say everybody should take an opportunity to read and understand the impact of both of those.
You mind if I give a quick overview?
Well, I was trying not to get ahead of you. I just wanted to ask the question, based on the data that you provided, do you think those numbers are going to go down, particularly for vaping, because there are some changes to how vaping is handled?
Yes.
So do you think the numbers will go down further or stay
Yes.
steady?
We're going to approach this with a great deal of intentionality. Yes, they changed the law with vaping because everybody's numbers were 3 or 4 times. It was affecting everybody. It's an epidemic. So they was like, hold on, we got to do something different. But our board was ahead of the game 2 years before they actually even got to this particular point. So now with vaping, we can actually be very, very creative in our consequences. I spoke with Pereira and Barker last week, and we're currently putting a committee together to actually work on how we're going to incorporate these consequences. Trustee mentioned the House Bill 6, some of the major components of it. We can now suspend kids for unruly behavior in pre-K through 2nd grade. The first thing Dr. Pereira said when I brought that to her, she said, And that's all I needed to hear, because we're still going to go through procedures and protocol, providing our students with strategies just as we did before. Additionally, they're lengthening the number of ISS days you can offer. That can go from 3 to 10. We have to be very, very creative with that, because depending on the infraction, we may have to sit the child at the school instead of sending them to DAEP, which is going to decrease those particular numbers. So these are some of the things that we are going to get together with. I'm going to ask for a board member to be on this committee. I'm going to have parents. I'm going to have principals on this committee, and we're going to look at House Bill 6, just like we did before they did the vaping law, and we're going to customize it for our district and our children, and we're going to put that in the handbook. But that's a great question. That's at the top of my list at every executive meeting we actually have, and we already have a plan of action because, man, it's something serious. That was one of the bills Senator West was actually fighting for, and they passed it, and we can see how that's going to affect certain populations way more. But you're right on point. That actually affects me, and yes, and I'll be looking at these numbers every 6 weeks.
So have we, one of the things that as a parent really made me stop and think about was teacher removal of students from classrooms.
Yes.
Man, that all it takes is that one teacher with an issue.
Yes.
And you have several students, if not more, that are now on the outside of those classes.
Correct.
And it takes a heck of a lot to get them back inside.
Correct. And once again, we're still going to be operating as usual for those particular students who are having these challenges. I actually go to this campus myself, Ms. Cromer and her team, her behavior specialist, and the principal, and we put plans of action in place starting as early as, kinder and pre-K, and put systems and things in place, because we're not going to suspend our kids. But we have to equip our teachers with the skills, to deal with these challenging kids in that particular classroom. Quick example: I was in one particular classroom, and this child kept hitting other students. Well, upon my observation, I noticed that there was a chair. The paraprofessional was sitting here. The student was sitting on this side, and all the students were sitting over here. Eventually, after about 3 or 4 minutes, you'll see him crawl. Well, he's getting ready to do what? Hit somebody. So a simple move, hey, you put him on this side. It seemed easy. It is. But I actually noticed that, and we made him a little square. We told him that was his magic square. And if he can stay there for 20 minutes at a time, he'll get a prize at the end. And through that intervention, that particular student went about 4 weeks, Ms. Johnson, went about 4 weeks. And then we had to do something else. Then we had to do something else. So we're going to continue to equip our teachers with those skills as opposed to doing and removing them like the law says. We have to customize it for our kids.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Nichols.
So Trustee Clue and I both had the opportunity to sit side by side with each other to hear these new laws, and that was some of the things that I was going to ask the question on, because I know it's different criteria that we have to follow. But I know you all as a team is working on your strategy on how you're going to be handling those things, especially with the vaping, because they really emphasize following the guidelines that are in place for vaping. They also mentioned something about children getting expelled from school and they have to go home. The parent does have the opportunity to come back to state that they can't handle their child at home and to turn it back over to the teacher. But I'm sure you all are the experts, but it was a great meeting to hear that, and I was just curious to see what we were going to do, but you explained some things, and I know you're all still in planning. So thank you for giving us that information.
You're welcome. And real quickly before I leave, could all our principals stand up, please? Could we all give them a round of applause, please? You have no idea what they deal with on a daily basis, and it starts before they even get to school. The calls, everything from the suicides, the rapes, the homeless students, the plethora of things they're actually dealing with. I had to give them a shout out and show them a little extra love, because they dial me on speed dial, and I'm always there. I'm sending one of my team members somewhere, and they do a phenomenal job. You don't see it. You don't see it, but I'm actually there with them, and our team is actually there with them, and they do a phenomenal job. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dr. Jackson, we still have some more questions for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ms. Morris.
I ain't scared. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say to you, I really appreciate all that you do under the circumstances of what's going on in America now. And everything is driven from the top up, down. What I have seen, it is focused on the zip code. And it's been there for a long time. Some of us have not paid attention to it, but it's designed for our future, which is our children at an early age. I have also always had the problem when the individual goes to jail, they serve their time, they get out with no rehabilitation, none. I believe before you even are sentenced to do something, where is the support service to understand? Do they really know what they're saying? Do they really know what they did? Because, you know, I have to mention the Bible says, a sin is not a sin if you don't know what you're doing. But once you know, you go and do no more. So what our staff do and what you're doing is that you're helping them identify not to be a repeater. And the counseling that they need, you know, I've always said, and that will fall under that umbrella of a certified, not social worker, a certified counselor in mental health. Because it could have just been a TV show that was watched that night. Didn't have nothing to do with a parent.
Right.
But that zip code has a lot to do with parents. So you see where I'm coming from? And do we think about that? We're in one of those zip codes very heavily. That was brought up when they built that prison right across on 45. You know they would not build a prison like that for a north, across from a residential area. So those zip codes have always been there, but now, you know, our district is right here. So thank you for you and your staff noticing that, and please continue to understand. teaching and learning goes on, even with the behavior.
Any other
President,
questions?
I have one.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you. Dr. Jenkins, I know you mentioned about the infractions from 24 and also 25. Do you have a list of the top 10 or top 5 from each year that you can provide for us?
Yes, I can actually get that back to Dr. Pereira, but as I mentioned to you, in those secondary numbers, vaping was actually at the top, and of course, fighting.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jackson.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay, board, thank you all for your questions. Please be mindful of the time. The clock was not going this time, but Ms. Simpson, would you make sure that clock is running for us so we can stay in order? We're gonna move on to maintenance and operations. 9.6, summer operation update. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to call for Mr. Oster, present that information to our board and our community. Mr. Oster, the floor is yours.
All right, good evening, President Hamilton, distinguished Board of Trustees, and Dr. Pereira. I'm here tonight to present our operations update. Since my last update, May 14th, we've been working hard, staying on top of requests. We've completed a number of high-priority projects, a lot being the concrete. There on your left, you'll see concrete at Pat Rainey. That's the repaired. And the concrete was sinking down and breaking the barrier, the sealed barrier between the concrete and the foundation of the building and letting moisture in. And then bottom there in the middle is the Beltline Elementary pull-out area. And then on the bottom right is a before and after from top and bottom there is transportation. And projects that we got in progress right now, we've got the pillars down for the new CTE carport area for the food truck and the smoker grill. And Dallas ISD has moved out of Pat Rainey, and we're going to start getting our staff proper officing. They've been crammed in closets and everywhere else, and that place was a real tight place, and now that they got all their desks out, and we're going to get the floors repaired and get them looking good again. And then right now, the major one we got in progress is the Tiger Stadium, and we've just been waiting for a dry setting so we can get the VCT acclimated to the humidity, so then we can lay the floor inside there. And they finished there with the drop ceiling on the bottom left and then the stucco in the middle there. And we got the painting in the ticket booth area, which is going to be repurposed for more office space for athletics, since we don't use the ticket booth during football games. Everything's QR codes and everything for ticketing. And then maintenance and operations, we're still holding a 97% completion average. And we've been holding that 95 to 99 all year long. Any questions?
Hey, board, any questions, comments from Mr. Orster? Okay, hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the adoption of the consent agenda. 10.1, approval of the following minutes, BE legal and local. Number 1 is May 12, 2025, special call meeting. Unofficial minutes of special call board meeting Monday, May 12, 2025. Number 2, May 14, 2025, work session and governance training. Unofficial minutes of the May 14, 2025 at 5:30 work session. Number 3, May 22nd, 2025, regular meeting consent agenda, LIC template. Unofficial minutes of the May 22nd, 2025 meeting. Board, this is a action item. Is there a motion? Okay, have a motion by Mr. Cluis. Is there a second? Have a second by Ms. Nichols to approve the consent agenda as presented. If you all would please go to your devices to vote.
Secretary Morris, whenever you're ready. Trustee Cortez, whenever you're ready. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't. No.
Ms. Cortez says she already voted also. Didn't you refresh and you resend it? Okay, Ms. Nichols just completed hers. Maybe refresh. So you still missing Ms. Morris and Ms. Cortez?
Yes.
Did you refresh Ms. Cortez? It popped up again on Ms. Morris's screen.
Thank you very kindly, Board of Trustees. Madam President, as of right now, in regards to the approval of the consent agenda as presented, motion carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Allen. Okay, we're going to move on to our action items. The first one is under teaching and learning. 11.1, discussion and possible approval of the acceptance of the $2 million grant from the Texas Instruments Foundation to support the continued implementation of the STEM for All initiative. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to call forward Dr. Knight to present that information to our board and our community. Dr. Knight, the floor is yours, madam.
Good evening, Madam President Hamilton, esteemed trustees, and Dr. Pereira. I come tonight seeking approval for the Communities Foundation of Texas grant for 25-26. Tonight I would like to discuss and seek board approval for this Texas Instruments Foundation grant of $2 million to support and continue implementation for the STEM for All initiative. These dollars will help support training for all teachers in design thinking and problem-based learning, establish maker spaces, and after-school STEM clubs on campuses. This initiative will support and accelerate math and science education, as well as enable a more robust teacher training, expand college and career pathways, and increase hands-on opportunities for students. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board, comments? Okay, board, this is an action item. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Mr. Jones?
I'd like to move that we accept the $2 million grant from the Texas Instruments Foundation to support the continued implementation of STEM for All initiative.
Right. Have a motion by Mr. Jones. Is there a second? Mike.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Ms. Cortez to approve the acceptance of the $2 million grant from Texas Instruments Foundation to support the continued implementation of the STEM for All initiative. Board members, if you please vote on your device.
Trustee Cluess, whenever you're ready. Trustee Nichols, whenever you're ready.
I did it. Yeah, we both.
There it is.
Do it again.
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
I don't know. We did it twice.
Thank you very kindly. Board of Trustees, as in regards to the acceptance of the $2 million grant in regards to Texas Instruments STEM for All initiative, motion carried unanimously.
Okay, that was a good deal. That's great for our students. Okay, we'll move on to our next action item, 11.2, discussion and possible approval of Communities Foundations of Texas grant. Texas Instruments STEM grant for All initiatives. Was this the same? It's a duplicate? That's a duplicate. Okay. We'll scratch that. That's a duplicate item. Okay, we'll now move on to board matters. The first one is to 12.1 is review of a Lone Star Governance Board time use tracker for May 22nd, 2025. Ms. Allen, if you'd review that with us, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very kindly, Madam President. If you notice in regards to the time tracker user form, on behalf of Lancaster ISD, I know that the goal is student outcome, and based on the calculations, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, you are definitely ready to say go because you have 51% in regards to student outcome. On behalf of our district conservator, there is an area in regards to the exit criteria 3 that was mentioned at the last board meeting. I know that is a part of your goal to improve, and also along with 3.2, but in regards to your meeting all of your goals, 1, 3, and 4, you are ready, set, go. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know.
Thank you so much, Ms. Allen. Any comments or questions for Ms. Allen? Okay. Looks like we're heading in the right direction. Thank you. Okay, next item is 12.2, the second read of the Lancaster ISD Board Operations Guidelines. Can you all click on the revision for me on the screen? Okay. We reviewed these at the last meeting. I have not received any other revisions since the last meeting. The board will be reviewing this during our LSG training next month in July. So of course, if there's still any edits or additions that you'd like to have discussed, please send them in to me. I'd appreciate it. Anybody have any feedback, comments on this item?
So, I do.
Ms. Morris?
So, we are going to revise or just take away and include different areas of our operating procedure.
At that time, if there's any revisions or recommendations, we'll consider it, and then hopefully we'll be able to vote on them in August and get this finalized for this school year.
Okay, so maybe I didn't ask the question right. So we are going to go back and look at all 13 pages or just areas of them, make some recommendations to be considered for change.
I would like for you all to review all 13 pages, and if anybody has recommendations or if they think something needs to be changed from this last framework, there will be opportunities for us to do it.
Okay, because I guess in my thought, maybe it didn't come out that we were doing it as part of our training as a group. Because kicking off other people or bouncing off other people when aligned, something could easily be missed. But if
Yes,
we
we will
are
be
doing it
reviewing
as a
the
group,
entire document during our training.
huh?
We will be reviewing the entire document during the training session.
All right, great, thank you.
Okay, 12.3 is discussion and possible board action by the Lancaster Independent School District Board of Trustees to sign the confidentiality agreement statement. The statement was uploaded into your board documents for review. And board, this will be a action item. Any discussion?
Is that, I'm sorry, Madam President, is that this document here?
Yes.
Okay, and so I do have some concerns or questions or recommendations for this document.
Okay.
Since this is a document of confidentiality, which is a part of the governmental code as well as the ethics code and the.
Can you speak into your mic, Ms. Morris?
Yeah. Oh, my mic is on, y'all. Okay. Now, can you hear me? All right, then. Since this document is really, per se, a legal document, I'll just say this. I would like for the board to consider to add those laws, identify those sections in this document, so there would never be any questions about the duties and information. As I said earlier about taking notes when we're in a private, we're in executive session. Those notes, if we come out with them, they become public. It becomes a public document. If they get lost, then it wasn't no sense in us going into executive session. And that is in the, I want to say in the Secretary of State. No. It actually is in the Texas Education Code under executive session, open meetings. That's where it is.
Okay, so you are recommending that we print the actual information that's in the Texas Education Code onto this document?
No.
Or just reference the code?
I'm referencing the code.
Okay.
Just put the code, like if it's 551.072 or 071.
.104.
.104. You got it.
But just a caveat, that's the provision about, to be clear. Because there's been a lot written about.
Mr. Helen, can you speak into your mic for me?
Pardon me?
Can you make sure you're speaking into your mic?
Yes. What is confidential in 551104 is either the certified agenda or a recording of the executive session if a recording is made instead of a certified agenda. You have to do one of the two in order for the meetings. There is no provision in the Texas Open Meetings Act for individual trustee confidentiality. There's no sanction associated with it. It is dealt with under the ethics provisions, which is why there wasn't, in this confidentiality document, there wasn't a reference to that because the confidentiality of closed session is very narrow in terms of what's out there. Ethically, you're not supposed to do it. That's clear, but we have to be careful about overstating what the legal sanction is with respect to that, so we don't step over the line.
So, Mr. O'Hanlon, to be clear, am I hearing you say that is not a good idea for us to add the code to this document and to leave it vague as it is?
Making the reference is not a problem. If that's the desire, we can make a reference to that by incorporating the specific language. You keep from having a confusion with respect to what it is. But I wanted to be clear that the discussions from memory are not a violation of that provision. That only the revelation of the certified agenda or a recorded tape recording of that violates the provision.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question or two,
Mr.
Madam
Lewis?
President. Mr. O'Hanlon, this document, is there a requirement that any of us sign this document?
There's nothing in law, no.
Okay, so I want to be clear because I think I'm leaning on not. I think it's a form of micromanagement. But I will say, I will adhere to all of the confidential rules, boundaries that put me in any situation that is confidential. But I would like to ask Board President to kind of give us the background, the rationale, the reasoning for this document being presented to us today.
The document was presented today because Ms. Allen recalled that in the past, the board has, we have done confidentiality statements once a year for them to be posted online. And that's why this document came about.
Okay, thank you.
Like this.
Well, maybe, let me be clear, maybe when I misspoke. Online was actually the conflict of interest form that we always uploaded.
Conflict of interest.
If I can add, the reason why people ask that in other districts have done this is essentially a notice that it records that you have received the information about what is confidential. That's the only sanction. It simply recognizes that you have been instructed as is stated on the face of the document.
And Mr. O'Hanlon, another question. Is this a recommendation from TASB? I'm not sure if TASB makes this recommendation for districts to have this document because it had to come about from somewhere. Ms. Allen, maybe I can have you chime in.
I'm not aware that that's a formal TASB recommendation. It's not in their policies, but a whole lot of TASB districts have it. So I'm not sure it's a formal recommendation in any policy statement, but they do provide the document so for consideration.
It is in a state policy, though. The document.
Ms. Morris, can you speak into your mic?
Yes, Madam President, the document is only as good as the sheet that is written on, especially if someone is going to be held responsible for it. They will need to know exactly where this is indicated in policy. So I do kind of understand what Trustee Cluess was saying. I only said that if we have to do it, and if this board decide to do it, if we could just identify, reference the Texas ethics or the governmental code, because there are several out there, and the election code speaks to it. And part of it is when you take that oath of office as well, when you are sworn in. So it was just a suggestion. I'm not trying to make the document a legal document, because it's just as good as a piece of paper is held on if it's not enforced.
Yes, Dr. Purr.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just note to the board that every employee in the district signs a non-disclosure confidentiality form as well as signing their employee handbook. So again, just sharing with you all that it is the expectation of every employee in this district to sign off on the non-disclosure confidentiality form.
Ms. Allen.
Yes, Madam President, I want to also make mention that on behalf of the Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees, based on my research, that this has been the practice in regards to the board. So to ensure that on behalf of the Board of Trustees that you're ready, set, go in regards to what your practice is, the system that you put in place, we have the form that's available for you, but of course, Madam President, it is your choice along with the Board of Trustees, but this has been the practice, and so this is a system that you put in place, and so here we are.
All right. Okay, thank you, Ms. Allen. And thank you for bringing that to my attention and making the recommendation that we get back on track with this document. And actually, after reading over the document based on some instances that have occurred with this board, I will not say that this is a bad idea for this board, just to ensure that we have a reminder prior to us doing things, because some things have been done by this board that have been out of order when it comes to confidential information and some ethical things, but this is a board action, and board, this is an action item. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we utilize the confidentiality agreement statement form that has been provided.
Okay, we have a motion. Have a motion by Mr. Jones. Is there a second?
Madam President, I second the motion.
Have a second by Ms. Nichols to approve. Hold on, y'all, I lost my spot.
12.3.
Thank you. That we approve the Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees to sign the confidentiality agreement statement. And if you all don't mind if I amend your motion just by saying, and we will go back in and add the legal coding onto the document. So tonight, if this is passed, we will not sign this until we do the edits to the document. Okay, have a motion. We have a motion. I'm sorry? I'm asking that we amend the motion to, would you like to amend it, Mr. Jones?
That's fine. I move that we utilize the Lancaster Independent School District Board of Trustees to sign the confidentiality agreement statement with the amendments recommended by Secretary Morris.
Okay. Have a motion by Mr. Jones. Is there a second?
I second.
Have a second by Ms. Nichols. Okay, board, this is an action item. If you all will vote from your devices.
Okay, I'm hitting yes now, so if it doesn't do it. Yeah.
Madam President, I say I'm missing your vote. Trustee, I'm sorry, Vice President Nichols.
I had to reset
Oh,
twice
okay.
for my box to come up.
And Secretary Morris.
I think we're having an issue.
It did twice.
Thank you, Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees. We have 5 that had voted in favor. of the confidentiality form, and we have one that has, I do apologize, that have voted no, trustee Darrell Cluis. In retrospect, 5-1, motion carried.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Allen. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to 12.4, discuss and consider board approval of delegate and alternate for the 2025 Texas Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly. Okay. So there's a delegate position as well as an alternate. Is there anyone that is interested in being the delegate for this September at the conference?
Madam President, I would like to be a delegate.
Okay. Ms. Nichols has requested to be a delegate. Is there anyone else? Okay. Would anyone like to serve as the alternate?
I'll do the alternate.
Okay. Mr. Cluis has agreed to serve as the alternate, so Ms. Nichols will be the delegate at the conference, and Mr. Cluis will be the alternate. And it looks like this does require a vote. So, board, is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept Trustee Queenie Nichols as the delegate and Trustee Darrell Cluis as the alternate for the Delegate Assembly 2025.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones, for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Jones and a second by Mr. Cluis to accept Ms. Nichols as the delegate and Mr. Cluis as the alternate at the 2025 TASB conference. If you would please vote from the screen.
Thank you, Madam President. In regards to the approval of the delegate, in regards to Vice President Nichols and the alternate, Trustee Cluis, motion carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all so much for volunteering to take care of that for us. Okay. Next for 12.5, this is discussion and consider board approval of endorsement of candidates. Robert L. Selders, Jr., School Board Trustee, Place 6, Garland ISD. Jessica Ward, School Board Trustee, District 5, Richardson ISD. And Misty Korkenmeyer, Vice President, Ferris ISD, nominated for the TASB Board of Directors, Region 10, Position A. And Karma Morgan, School Board Trustee, Place 2, Cedar Hill ISD. And Regina Harris, School Board Trustee, District 4, Richardson ISD, nominated for the TASB Board of Directors for Position Region 10, Position B. So we have two different positions. There's 10A and 10B. Is there any discussion from the board, or is there a nomination for the positions?
Madam President,
Mr. Jones?
I'd like to have the board to consider Robert Selders for the Region 10 Position A. He is a board member in Garland. He's been, I believe, president 2 or 3 times during his tenure. I've also worked alongside him on a few additional boards. He's a TASB alumni as well. I believe he'll be a great addition to the TASB Board of Directors. The other person for position B, I would like for us to consider Regina Harris, who currently is a trustee in Richardson. Again, I've worked alongside her on a few additional items as it relates to advocacy at several conferences also. And I think those would be great additions to the TASB Board of Directors if we decide to endorse both of them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Anyone else have comments on any of the candidates?
Madam President, what I did was I created a motion. I've separated them, A for
position A
Mr.
and B.
Selders and B for Mrs. Harris. So if we want to do one, do A first and then B,
Okay.
you're welcome to.
Okay. Any other conversation from the board? Hearing none, board, this is an action item, and if you'd make 2 motions for these 2 positions.
Madam President, I move that we endorse Robert Selders Jr. as candidate for TASB Board Region 10, Position A.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Jones, and I'll second that motion to endorse Robert L. Sellers for 10A position. Okay, if you all will please vote from your devices.
Thank you, Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees. Madam President, in regards to the endorsement of position A, Robert Selder, we have 5 that had voted yes, 1 voting no. So as a result, 5-1, motion carried.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, there is a second motion needed for Region 10, position B. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that the board endorse Regina Harris, School Board Trustee for Richardson ISD, to be nominated for TASB Board of Directors, Region 10, position B.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Jones. Is there a second? Have a second by Mr. Cluis. So this vote, the initial motion by Mr. Jones, second by Mr. Cluis, to endorse Regina Harris for TASB Board of Directors, Region 10, position B. Board, if you will please vote from your devices.
Thank you, Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees. As a result, in regards to the votes for the endorsement for position B, Regina Harris, we have 5 in favor, and we have 1 that have voted no. Secretary Morris, 5-1, motion carried.
Right. Thank you so much. And I'd like to add one thing to our under our board matters. Dr. Jackson is in need of 2 board members to sit on the House Bill 6 Handbook Committee. Do I have any volunteers?
I would like to sit.
Okay, I've had 3 individuals volunteer.
He says good.
You're okay with 3? Okay, so the volunteers, Ms. Cortez, Ms. Nichols, and Ms. Morris. All right, Dr. Jackson, you're set for that committee. Thank you, board members, for that. We'll move on to our reminders. We have the 2025 Summer Leadership Institute in Fort Worth, which will be June 18th through the 21st. There is a Region 10 School Board University, July 21st, 10 hours of training designated for board presidents, returning members, superintendents, and new board members. Also, please remember we have our LSG Day 3 Team of 8 training at the Lancaster ISD building on July 26th, starting at 9, ending at 2. Also, upcoming conference will be the TexEd Conference 25 TASB Convention in Houston. That will be September 11th through the 24th. Okay, board, we do need to reconvene back into closed session just to complete 2 items. And we will go back into closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, and the time is 8:09 p.m. that we'll reconvene into closed session.
It will. Dr. Jackson, before you leave? Okay, now what you mentioned to me, about the attendance. I wasn't aware about the discipline. You had to, no, it's okay, we got it fixed, so you good. Okay. Dr. Jackson, before you leave, now you know that you have access to go in there to upload and fix and adjust your documents. Did you know you can do that? No, I'm talking about, yeah, you can do that? Okay. Yeah, so I'm just making sure you all know, because I need for y'all to be ready to say go too. No, it's not. You have to move it over there. Yeah. Right. Yeah, no, you said attendance, because I made sure you ready to go for attendance. No, I made the adjustment. Yes, I'll fix it, yeah. Yeah, I will. You come to work tomorrow? Yeah. You know, I'm just saying, you know, because here's what the goal is. My goal is to ensure on behalf of Lancaster ISD that we're ready, set, go. But what I also need, these are your documents, so I need for y'all to go back, look at your stuff, and make sure you're good to go. You know, well, it's not necessarily a double burden. It's just that this is your stuff. That's why I tell you at every cabinet meeting, guys, everything is uploaded. Check your documents. That's important. Check your documents because you're presenting it. I'm just making sure I'm supporting you. But look at your stuff. Oh, no, it's not automatic. No. Exactly. And then work on your transparency. Make sure you tell whoever it is, you know, let us know exactly what you need so we know better how to support you.
from here.
Okay, the board is going to return into open session. The time is 9:41 p.m. The remaining item on our agenda is adjournment. All in favor of adjourning? Aye. Time is 9:41 p.m. for adjournment. Thank you all for coming out and have a good night.